Everyone. Hello. Hi, Shreya. Can you confirm? Like you can hear me? Hello. Hi, guys. I'm audible? Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, guys.
Hi guys. Hello. How about now? Is it audible? It's echoing. Okay, great. Thank you. So I just took off my headset and I'm just trying to test it. Great. Hold on, let me try to plug in again.
Hello. Is it better now? So I have kept everything on full volume, guys. So I think that much volume I have. That's all. Okay, great. So I see around 56 participants are there. Let's wait for a couple of minutes more and then we should start. We should be good to start. Yesterday it was bad. Bhaskar? Was my voice was not clear? Okay, thank you guys. Thank you everyone. So, very good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all of you. So from wherever you are, just accept my greetings. I would like to welcome all of you to day 2 of our training program, and hopefully you all must have enjoyed yesterday. And I really apologize if you were facing some issues about audio or some lag in the screen. I apologize for that one. Okay, let me share my screen. Let me know if you all can see my screen, please.
Yes, Ravi, we can hear your voice loud and clear. I hope it is clear for everyone.
Thank you very much, Aishwarya, and very good evening to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Very good evening, Ravi and everyone. Please confirm quickly if you can hear very well and if you can see your screen. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Aishwarya. Take care. Okay, good guys. So I think we should be good to start. Let's let's have a brief summary, like what we had learned from the yesterday sessions, and then we will start our today's module. So we are definitely going to, Ravi, you need Aishwarya's microphone. Why, Bari? What happened? Is there any problem? Okay, let's concentrate and continue further, guys. So I believe, yes, uh, Ashish, it should be okay. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and try to understand like what you had to learn from the yesterday sessions. So we started our session with Active Directory identity. So we got to know about Azure Active Directory, what exactly the Azure Active Directory is, how we can create a users, how we can create a groups. We have seen that one. Even I was about to show you the migrations, but we unable to complete that one. Unfortunately, we are unable to complete that migration of on-premises Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. So today I'll try to show you if the time permits. Okay. So that part we had done. After that, I think in Active Directory I talked about app registrations. That's a service principle. And then I shown you like how you can use that app registration, like using a PowerShell, how you can log in. I shown you that part. So I believe everyone must be clear what we had covered so far. If anyone having any quick questions, I can take that one. Yeah, Sudarshan, if you have any burning questions, then I can unmute you. Otherwise, it's a default feature is there. You should be on mute. Okay, great guys. Good. So let's go through our slides as well. What we had talked yesterday. Great, thank you very much. So we started with Active Directory. We learned about the AD concept, then ADDS and Active Directory. Let's go ahead and talk about that and Active Directory additions. What is Azure AD join? What is self-service password reset? This is something we are going to discuss. So Active Directory, I already talked about that one, like what exactly it is. It is a cloud-based identity management software, you can say, which been provided by Microsoft Azure. So it is helping you out in terms of performing the authorization and authentications of the users. Okay, so if any applications which I want, which is there in the cloud, and I want that my user should able to log into that applications, then I can authorize or authenticate them using this Azure Active Directory. So some of the concepts are there, key concepts of Azure Active Directory. What is this identity? It is basically an object. which need to be authenticated, and then your account. What is an account? The account which, like your username, your UPN is there, right? So your account getting associated with that identity or the object ID. Then your Azure AD account is there. Then what is this Azure AD tenant or directory? Tenant or directory means the workspace where we are performing all sort of the jobs, like an organization where you're working, right? So in the same way, in Azure, we can call it as a Azure AD tenant or directory. Subscriptions, you all know what a subscription. Subscription is mainly associating with your uh, right. So for the deployment of any cloud service, can you accept that? I can try to show you again. Okay. What happened? Like, are you guys fine? Okay. Shall we continue? It's speaking and now seems to be fine. Okay. Let's continue, guys. Let's see. Okay. So fine. Then difference in between your ADDS and please park your questions. We will take that one once we complete the topic, guys. I'm not looking at the chat windows as of now. It would be best if you can follow me or you can listen, and then I will allow you to speak as well. I will allow you to type your questions as well. So please park your questions for time being. Let's concentrate on it. Let's try to understand what exactly is there in our course. Okay. So I request all of you show your patience, keep your questions accumulated. Might be in the upcoming sessions you will get the answer of your questions. And if you are not getting it, please ask that one. Okay. So Sanchit, you are asking about on-premises. Like, what is on-premises? On-premises basically, what should I say about that? It's like on-premise is basically your own data center. Okay. So whenever we run any kind of applications, there is a complete stack is there, like complete stack in the sense. So let me talk about it like this. So for running any application, suppose if I take the example of this LMS applications which is running, right? So this LMS application is there. It's a completely running. It might be running on the on-premises or might be running on the cloud. So when you say, so just search in this way, PaaS versus SaaS versus IaaS, you will get an image, you will get an idea. It's a work environment basically. So this is the one. So this one here, this is called as your on-premises. Okay. So if you have, sorry, if you have never visited any data center or if you have never seen what are all the things are there, then in my yesterday sessions, I have already shared a couple of the links to give you an idea about a virtual tour of the Microsoft data center. So you can have a look, search on Google, on YouTube, you will find that. Okay. So this is the one is there. So if you see on-premises means it's a complete environment infrastructure, means complete infrastructures, required infrastructures to run your application. And it's managed by you. Okay, welcome. Thank you very much, Sanchit. So let's move ahead and try to understand the difference in between this ADDS and Azure Active Directory. It's also a Azure service, Microsoft service. So Azure Active Directory domain service. This Azure Active Directory domain service is the ADDS, which is like your on-premises domain controller. Okay, so it's like it support all sort of the protocols which was there into your on-premises, except few of them, right? So if you see here, there like you can create the users and all, but there is no GPO. GPO is not there. Okay, so GPO is not supported in your Azure Active Directory in this one. So if you want to use a domain controller of Azure, then you can go ahead and you can use Azure Active Directory domain service. That's a ADDS. When we create this ADDS, remember guys, this is a complete SaaS services there, or you can say it is a PaaS services there, complete PaaS services there. Just we need to deploy that service, and in the back end, Microsoft will be creating two servers in a clusters. Two domain controller servers will be there. Okay. So like if I quickly go an Azure portal, let me log in. Okay, so if you quickly search here, let's say for an example, we were talking about the domain service, right? So this is the one is there, Azure AD domain service. So if we want to deploy this, or if we want to create it, just search this service and start creating. This is same like your on-premises domain controller. Okay, so you can use this directly. It's a service within the Microsoft Azure. You can use this one, and then if you see here, it support your LDAP, your like group policies, GPO, Kerberos, NTLM, right? So these protocols are supported. So you can simply use this Azure Active Directory domain service. You can use that in this one rather than using your on-premises domain controller. If you want to use the cloud-based service, you can go ahead and you can use this. Fine. So some of the additions I have already shared a license scope. I have already shared the URL where you can find or where you can read about the different licenses, correct, of Active Directory. So P1, P2, and there is one more, that's a mobility license, E5 licenses or E3 licenses are there. Okay. So what benefit you are getting in terms of Azure Active Directory if you'll talk. So like if you see here. It's clearly mentioned what additionally you are getting. You are getting the conditional access here. Conditional access you have, right? In P1 also you have conditional access. Additional you are getting identity protection and identity governance. Now what this means, this is basically about a PIM. It is talking about a PIM. Privilege Identity Management. Okay, and rest other features if you see like single sign-on, B2B collaborations for Office 365 premium, like some of the premium features are there. Hybrid identity. Hybrid identities means it can allow you to access on-premises plus cloud applications, right? So that's also getting supported. Advanced group access. So this feature is also there in your P1 and P2. Okay. Now, what is this AD join? AD join means if I have some servers are there, I want to enable some single sign-on for a couple of my applications, or if I want, let's say, some on-premises AD is there, right? And if I have connected or all my systems are already connected to that one, and I want to access those servers, basically, if I want to access those servers using Azure AD credential itself, I should able to access that one. Okay. So Azure AD join means we can bring or we can integrate our Azure means on-premises Active Directory, right? And all the servers which will be already connected to the on-premises and want to access those servers, we should able to access that one, or we should able to access those servers using the Azure AD credentials. Okay. So self-service password, this is a feature which is there inside your Azure AD. Like if you forgot your password, you can simply go to the Microsoft self-service password reset options and you can reset that password. So here some settings are there which can be placed, like in terms of the authentications, you can set how many number of the methods should be used. Let's say email, mobile phone, office, security questions. If that person will answer some of the security questions, then they should able to reset their password, right? So how many security questions, we can set that one, 3, 4, 5. How many they need to exactly they need to answer, we can mention that one. Okay. So if that person will answer, let's say 3 security questions. Security questions means, let's say for an example, most of the time you must have seen, like when you forget your password, you have to give an answer to some of the security questions. Let's say, what is your brother name? Correct. So that's one of the security questions. What is your birthplace? Suppose. So you define that, you give the answer of it. Once you give the correct answer, then it will allow you to reset your password. Okay, so before I go on lesson number 2, let me go back to Azure Active Directory and let me quickly show you, like, where is that self-service password reset options and all are there. Correct. So let's go back here in my Active Directory. This is Azure portal. In my Active Directory, I'll go here, and in the Active Directory, if you come down here, you'll see some settings are there regarding, let's say, users or password resets. You see this? So this is the password reset option is there. So why to use this self-service password reset? And this feature, if you see here, like this feature is available into the premium, means P1 or P2. Either P1 or P2 is needed for you. Now, if you set this, so what happens generally? Like many times, it's been observed that suppose you are a developer and you forgot your desktop password or your laptop password. Now, what we generally do, what the practice we used to follow earlier, we used to give a call to our help desk team. Correct. Now, help desk team, what they used to do, they used to reset the password and then they hand it over the new password to you. They give you the new password. After entering the new password, you able to log into your system. Now, we don't want to go into this loop or into this cycle. So, rather than giving a call to this help desk and all, why not reset it by itself or by any other gadget? Let's say if I am unable to log into my computer, my laptop or my system, I can reset that using my phone. Let's use a handset and reset our password, reset the password. Okay. So that's feature is called as self-service password reset. Where are the GPU held then? Azure on have policies. No AC policy will be required. No AD policy will be required. Unmute me. Can we create one? Can you please explain PIM? You're not explaining PIM. PIM I will explain. Don't worry. Okay. Do you have both Azure and on-premises AD, or can we do the job of the other? Can you please show us how we can create ADC domain controller on Azure? Okay, I will show you that one. Okay. So about the PIM, guys, like in the most, you will find like in most of the enterprise customers, they use this PIM feature. Now, what is this PIM feature? So PIM feature is basically a service within the Microsoft Azure, which is helping you out to uplift the level of the access. So uplift the level of the access in the sense. So I will just give you an example, because in order to use this PIM feature, we need a license. Okay. So we need a premium license for it, then only we would able to do that one. So I will do one thing. During the break time, I will create a fresh account, and there I will activate this PIM and everything, and then I will show you. Okay. So I will try to explain you that one. First, let me explain you the logic or use case of this PIM. What is there? So in the PIM, just consider in this way, guys. Suppose this is person A. Okay. This A person recently joined, let's say some ABC company. Some ABC company he had joined. Now, suppose he is going to work on Azure. Okay. Initially, he joined, he is very new, he don't know much about that one. So what this admin guy, this is the admin guy who's supposed to grant access to this B person. So initially what this B person had done, he configured PIM, okay, and he given an access of, means he configured PIM and he given an access of reader role. Suppose he got a reader role, A person got a reader role. Now this A person is saying, let's say he need to reboot or he need to create some virtual machines or something he want to create. Now reader role will not be enough, right? So he already know that, okay, his access been configured through PIM, and this B person who had given access to this A person, he configured in the PIM that he can uplift his level of the access to contributor. So now this A person, what this person will do, A person will log in to his PIM portal, PIM page here, like he will log in to this PIM, and then he will search for that resources, okay, that subscription, and then he will provide justification or reason why he need to have that access, and then he will able to uplift or elevate his level of access from reader to contributor or whatever this person had given, right? So this is the functionality of the PIM. Hope everyone clear with this. Why we use this PIM? The PIM is allowing you or allowing the admin to uplift their level of the access when they need it. Like when they need it, they can go and they can uplift their level of the access. Okay, so it is secure. Let's say for example, if I'm working every day I don't need this contributor rights, right? I might be required only reader. So if I have only reader access, I will keep on doing my job. That's enough. Let's say tomorrow I need to do some work, right? Then I will go and elevate my access to contributor and I will do my job. That's all. So it is good for the administrator. Everyone clear with PIM? What is PIM? Is this clear? Anyone having any sort of questions on PIM? Yes, it's a temporary. Okay, so there is a time frame is there, like 8 hours, 5 hours, for how long you want, maximum you can set. So the B person, the example which I was giving, the admin person can set a maximum of 24 hours. Okay, and the role again, like after 5 hours, let's say I have taken an access for 2 hours. I needed contributor access only for 2 hours. After that, after 2 hours, again my original role will be reader. Like again, it will go back to the original role. So you don't need to set it. Automatically, it will be taken care by the PIM. So that's the purpose of the PIM. No, nowadays it's not required. When we elevate or when we use the PIM, earlier it was required to do login, means log off, login, means sign out, sign in from the Azure portal, but now it is not needed. B person will get any notification. Yes, we can set that. We can set that, okay, B person should get notified. We can set that one. There is a notification option is there. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. So everyone understood this PIM, right? Yes, I'll try to show you. Okay, I will not commit anything. I will try to show you. Good. So let's move ahead. About the domain controller, I will show you guys. Okay, so please wait. Next, about users and group. Yesterday, I have already shown you, given you a demo of like how we can create a users, how we can manage the users account, how we can have this bulk user, what is bulk user account, group accounts, right? Managing multiple directory, and then demonstration of users in the group. So let's run through the slides quickly because we had already spent a good amount of time on it, and hopefully you all have captured an information of users, like what is users account, how you can create the users accounts, right? And then how you can create a group. I have already given the demo, or I have already shown you like how you can create that one. Okay. Now, if you see here in this screenshot, it is showing you this one. Now, what does it mean? Can anyone tell me? What does it mean, guys? What does this mean? The source on-prem account. Okay, correct. So, yes. So when we do the synchronization, right? So when we do Active Directory or from our on-premises or any Active Directory, from that Active Directory to our Azure AD, then that synchronizations will start showing you like this. If the users are coming from the on-premises Active Directory, then it will be reflecting like this. Okay, so this is Windows Server AD. And the users which got created within the Microsoft Azure account, they will be reflecting like this, Azure Active Directory. So we can invite the guest users, we can create the new users. Okay, so how you can manage, we had already seen, right? So here Microsoft is giving you some options, like if you have deleted, unfortunately, if you have deleted any of the users and want to get it restored, you can restore that one. Okay, so 30 days is there, you can restore the deleted users. Okay, so who had done sign in, who had logged in, everything you can find it on the sign in and the audit page. Like, so I will quickly show you like where you can see that sign in audit informations. So sign in audit information is available on this page. So if you come down to Azure Active Directory, here you find this sign in, right? So here you see this audit logs and sign in logs. So let's suppose if someone is saying that his account got compromised, right? So if you see here, where I'm based out, what is my locations, what is my request ID, what's my ID, users, and everything, you can see it from here. So if someone is claiming that his account got compromised, you can come down to this window and you can troubleshoot, or you can see this all sort of the informations. So like locations, device info, so I'm using what I'm using, what type of the authentications has been done, everything, right? So you see here, so all sort of the informations I can find it from this window. So for troubleshooting, it's good for you. You can go and find it from this sign-in page. Okay, so bulk user account, you can create it. You can import through the CSV. There is this template is there from Microsoft. Download that template and then upload it to the Azure AD. Upload it to Azure AD. That's all. Okay. So suppose I have 500 users are there who are sitting in my on-premises, and if that users list is already there with me in my Excel or spreadsheet, just take that list and import it to your Azure AD. So this migration is also very, very useful when you want to replicate all your existing users account to Azure AD. Group. So this is the group options are there. Your security group, Office 365 groups are there. Types of assignment type, like assign means fix, right? So we can assign that. Then you have the users and this devices, like if any devices I want to add it into the security group, I can add it. Okay, so like this we can create. Yesterday I've already shown you how we can create a security group and what is the purpose of the security group. Dynamic also I have explained. Let's say for an example, if I want this A person who had joined recently in my team, suppose automatically he should get added to this group, then yes, I can do it. I can do this one. I can define the dynamic expression for it or criteria for it. So I can mention, let's say department equals to, let's say IT. Automatically whoever will join, and if HR is defining his department as a IT, then automatically that user will get added to this group. So we can define, and that's coming under this dynamic users. Cool. Multiple directories. It is possible that you can have many directories, right? So you can create many B2C directories. Directory means it's a complete organization or a workspace, correct? So you can create that one, and within that you can create many users. Like it's up to you. Within your Active Directory, you can create users. You can enable single sign-on. You can test it, right? So suppose I want to test some applications uh, with a group of people. Suppose I want 10 people are there, right? So I want to test with all of them. So this is my applications. I want that they all should able to access this application. Then I can create, means I can create a separate directory, and within that directory I can keep them. I can create all the users, and then I can directly enable this single sign-on or give them the access of this application. uh, can we add a user to a different group and different role? Yes, you can. About the cost management, guys, about the cost management, I will give you a quick walkthrough when I'm going to discuss about subscriptions. Okay, so don't worry. So as of now, just try to follow. Don't go here and there. Once we're done with this training, you will have lot of thorough understanding, thorough knowledge of Microsoft Azure. So don't worry about it. Great. So I think this demo we had already seen, right? AD is not enabled. I know that, Arun. So that's why I'm showing you and I'm demonstrating you everything. AD is not enabled. That's the limitation is there. Okay. So in this module, what is the lab? And this is the lab exercises there. Okay. So if you guys want, you can take the screenshot of it. I have already shared this lab URL, the GitHub URL I have already shared, and I told you to refer that GitHub URL and try to perform that lab. Okay. So for the case scenario, case study kind of things, can you can I request all of you just take the screenshot of it, and if anyone want, just paste it into the chat window as well, so that everyone can get this lab scenario. Could you please share once GitHub link keep the lab in the end. Yes, it's all are available. Recordings are available. Recordings will be available, and the GitHub link is this one. Again, I'm sharing, guys, all the URL, all the like yesterday I requested all of you, please start bookmarking, right? So whatever URL I'm sharing, please bookmark it. Just search in this way, you will get. This is the GitHub lab is there. Okay, this is the URL. I think someone had already shared. Perfect. Thank you very much, guys. So you can follow this instructions lab here. I already told you these two things like manage subscriptions and RBAC. Okay. Great. So let's go ahead. We're done with this module. Let me quickly show you the migration, guys, and then we should be good to move ahead. So yesterday, what I have done, yesterday I created one virtual machine. Right now, don't worry about like how I created, what is this virtual machine and all. Okay, don't worry anything about it. I will be discussing about these virtual machines. So as if now, just understand like there is one server which I created, like your machine, okay, like your system from where you are operating or from where you are working, like that I created one machine in cloud. Now I'm going to connect to this server. So yesterday I already created a domain, means Active Directory domain service, right? Till that we had done. Now I will log in on this and then we will start doing the migrations. Hope everyone okay with it and we are all aligned. Anyone feeling that you are going somewhere else? Anyone finding it tough to digest or tough to understand? Don't worry if you are finding little bit tough in terms of Active Directory. Don't worry about that part. Other topics you will easily able to understand. Active Directory is little bit vast enough, so might be you may not be capturing proper information, means complete information of it, because it will come up. You will learn with the experience. So with the public demand, I'm just showing you this migrations, guys. Okay. Okay. So for performing the migrations, as I already told you, we need a global administrator account. So yesterday we created one user with the name. What was that name? IN. What was that name, guys? Matt. Sorry. Matt. IN Rick Matt something. Yeah. So let's take his user account. Thank you very much. So this user account is there, whom we had given a global administrator access, correct? So let's reset his password and get the new password, because yesterday password I have not saved his password. So I will take this password now. Okay, done. I will note it down. His password is this, and I will note down his username. Superb. Okay, so this is his username, this is his password. Done. Now let's go back to our server. Okay, so I'm just connecting to this server. Now if you go to server manager, right, so this is the server manager. server manager is a application is there, which you can find it on the server, on the Windows servers, basically on servers. So we had already done this add roles and feature, and I enabled this ADDS, what you see, Active Directory Domain Service. That's a domain controller, right? So I have already done that part. Now what I need to do is I need to go on this tools options, and here you see Active Directory Domain and Trust Administrative Centers, right? So if I want to do some administrative work, I can go in this, and I will go to this one. So Active Directory Users and Computers. Okay. Now your domain controller or your ADDS look like this. That's why we call it as a it's having a hierarchical structure. You see this? So it's having a hierarchical structure, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to create a couple of the users, and then we are going to migrate that users. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the users. So there are some of the default users and the security groups are there. If you see here, right, like key admin, RIS, IS, right? So these are some of the default name of the users and security groups are there. So what we will do, we will quickly create one or two users, and we'll create some security groups as well. Okay, so let's create one new, and I will go and I'll create a user. So for an example, let's take an example of let's say Vikram. Okay, one of the Vikram. Okay, what is his last name? Let's say Falke. Okay, so Vikram Falke is the person is there whose account is there in the on-premises domain controller. Rick Matt. Okay, we can create, no problem. So let's say I used to follow this standard IN Vikram P. Okay, so this will be his login. So if you see, this is the domain, right? So his mail ID or his username is getting created in this way. Okay, IN Vikram P. Okay, next password, let's say ABC@2020. This is the initial password. When any user joined any organization, they used to get a password, correct? So this is how your support team, your help desk team, they used to create the users, means your account, and they give you the password. Then using that password, you're able to log in your system, right? So I don't want that user able to change, or user want to change, they can change, but I will not keep that. Cannot change the password, that's okay. I can force this, leave this one, no problem, done. So I created one user with the name Vikram Falke. Now someone is asking that I should create a user with the name Rick. So let's see what happens if we create the same name, right? Let's see this as well. So I'm going to use this same name, same username, and then we see like whether we are getting any sort of error or what is happening. New user Rick, and one more is Matt, right? His login is this one. Fine, same username, I'm taking it. So let's go ahead and take password. Let's put it ABC@2020. Here also ABC@2020. Good. Fine. So this users got created. Both these users are there. Now let's go and create one group. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a group here. So let's create one security group. I will say, for an example, what should be the name? Let's say HR admin, okay? Or tech admin GRP, okay? So this is the group is there which I'm creating it. So if you see here, I'm creating it as a security group. I'm not creating it as a distribution. Distribution will become a mail, I mean, distribution list, right? Or group mail ID kind of thing. So I'm just creating that one. Okay. Tech admin group. Now I can go or I can add these two users into that group. Let's add both these users. So add to group. I will search that group, tech admin group, check the name. I will add both of them. Done. This got added. Let's add Bikram also to this group. Till now, everyone clear with it, right? So we done this. Fine. So I added. You need to learn and go and learn Active Directory. I can't go and discuss more about on-premises Active Directory, guys. Like what is GPO, what is forest, what is domain, and all. Okay. Otherwise, I have to deviate myself and go into that direction. So please go and explore it a little bit by yourself about the on-premises Active Directory. I request all of you, please go and try to read that one. Thank you. Thanks, Devajit. Okay. So I just done that part. Okay. Now let's try to migrate it, right? How we can replicate these users which are sitting into my on-premises to Azure cloud. How we can do it? What I need to download a AD Connect. So just go, either you can create a separate server. The best practices says that you should create a separate appliance or separate server where you are planning to install the AD Connect. Okay, that is the recommended way. But right now this is just a lab. So what I will do, I will install this. I will install AD Connect on this system itself. Okay, so let me first do this part. Configure the server, Windows security zone. I don't want. Let's turn this off. Okay, now let's go. This is okay. Now let's download Azure AD Connect. Okay, just we need to download this one. Let's download it. So you can go and you can download Active Directory Connect. This is the one. Let's download this tool, this software from Microsoft. Download it. Okay, run. Provisioning agent. What is this provisioning agent? Azure Active Directory provisioning agent. Okay, let's see. Even I'll go back and check. Provisioning agent. What is this provisioning agent? Okay, that's something. Download Active Directory AD Connect. AD Connect. Okay, so this one I needed. Sorry, I ran this one, not this. We don't need the user provisioning and all. I just need. I don't need this one. Okay, so I'm installing AD Connect, guys. Okay, we need to install AD Connect, not this provisioning one. So this tool we have to install AD Connect. Install it. Here you have couple of settings are there. I'm not going and discussing all of them, right? So here you see password has synchronizations, right? So what sort of the synchronizations you want? So you can go and change it. Means you can customize it. You can go and change that one. So there are three types of the synchronizations are there. One is password has, one is pass through, another one is the ADFS. So I'll quickly give you the link. Go through it. Like what is the difference in between all the three types of the synchronizations? You'll get an idea from there. I will use this express setting. Express setting will be using this password hash synchronizations. Now I need to provide the Azure AD. You see this? It's clearly asking about a global administrator credential. I have to use that one. Okay. So what is our username and the password? So I will go and take that one. So my username and the password is this. Let's take his username, paste it. Okay. And the password is this one. Fine. I will just take this password. Done. Next. Okay, let me log in. Portal.azure.com here and reset that password. Okay. Continue Azure portal website. We need to reset because he had not logged in for the first time, right? So we need to log in with his ID for one time, and then only we would able to reset his password. So let's go ahead and put this password, sign in. Okay. Now current password, new password. Okay, done. Okay, so I managed to log in. Now let's go here and enter. Perfect. So I able to log in using Azure AD account. Now I need to provide my ADDS Enterprise Administrator credential. So what is my credentials? So this credential this is my admin account credentials, okay, which I have used on my server. So I will use the domain slash my username and my password. Done. Okay. Now if you see here, it will do some pre-checkup and then we are good to install. So this is free, right? Microsoft is not charging you anything for this migration, guys. You can go and migrate it, and this complete migration is free. Okay, so you can perform this migrations here. Here you will find the new users will come in a while. Okay, the Vikram Falke, we can search that user, and it will start showing us like here. It will come. Clear? So this is what you are supposed to do. Now, sometime what happened, let's say for an example, you don't want to migrate all your 100 users. Suppose your 100 users are there in your on-premises. You don't want to migrate them. You want only 50 to get migrated or to get synchronized to Azure AD. You can do that. You can select out of 100 or 50 which all users should get synchronized, or which all users or what all users should get synchronized. You can select that one and you can perform this migration. Okay, so I'm not going in depth and discussing it, but I'm telling you like you can perform it. Good. Anyone having any sort of questions in terms of Azure AD and on-premise AD migration? Srinivas, I imagine you have a single forest group.int in the name. Yes. Based on OU also you can create, OU also you can perform the migration. Correct. Correct, Srinivas. Based on OU also you can select and you can. That's a good question, Devojit. We will see that. Yes, I have created 2 users in one group. Both of them should reflect. User-based sync work. What does user-based sync means? You want a password right back, you mean to say? Can we set up auto sync? Yes, it's happening auto sync. Every 30 minutes, automatically users, if any new users will get created in your on-premises, automatically it will get synchronized to your Azure AD. There is a time you can go and change it, but if you are not setting it up, automatically it will done every 30 minutes. Okay. Yes, we can perform delta sync. Everything you can perform. You can perform some exclusions. You can select some OU. Everything is possible. Yes. 50 users can be synced. Okay. Yes. So if you are splitting them, or if you have put them into a separate OU, or if you want to take, let's say 5 or 10 users to get migrated, yes, you can do. Yes, Srinivas, there is an option of it. Okay, so now you see like this got successfully. Now what about, I have one question for all of you. What about if my on-premises is having a separate forest, let's say abc.com. So this is the domain is there in my on-premises, and in my cloud, in my Azure, like this Azure is having suppose something xyz.com. Then how the migration will happen? While connecting your VM using public is static or dynamic? It's a dynamic right now, Sankaresh. Okay, so my question is this one. If I have the users who are sitting into, let's say A users are there, some users are there into abc.com, which is, sorry, which is there in my on-premises. There is a abc.com is there in my on-premises. This is a OU or UPN is there, okay, and in my cloud, which is here, in my cloud, I have, let's say XYZ or yz.com. Then what will happen? This is the domain is there in my cloud. This domain is there in my on-premises. Since both have different domains, so what's the answer? Add custom domain in the Azure portal. No, I'm not adding it. I don't think the migration can happen. Why not create ABC domain in the Azure and then migrate? Yes, that's the practice is there. We should do it. We should create it. But what about if I don't want? I don't want to create this ABC domain into my Azure AD. Still, I want to perform the migrations. It will add the domain. It will add the domain? No, it will not. How it will add the domain? It will not add the domain. External domain. No, it will not. It will not add. So what it will do, guys, it will ask you here, before completing this migrations, it will ask you that, okay, this UPN or this forest or this domain is not there in your Azure AD. Do you want to continue with the default? If you will continue with the default, what it will do, you know, it will take your default UPN. If you see here, you'll find this. Yes, trust in the migration, right? So automatically it build a trust. So when you are deploying that AD Connect, and when you are signing in, then it build that trust. So here you see a couple of the users, UPN, you see this on Microsoft.com, correct? You see this one? And you can find here what is their source. So you can find this. So what type of identity it is, right? So creation type, everything you can find it here. So if they got synchronized, you would able to see here from where they are coming, how they are coming, right? So you see this Bikram. So this is the one which got migrated just now. Okay, and here you will find the directory sync. That means it's coming from a on-prem. Now let's search about the RIC. What happened to the RIC? So RICMAT, you see what happened. What it had done? It see like there is already one is there, so it had migrated that user, but it took a different domain. How can we solve this? You can't solve it. So you need to be careful when you are migrating it. You should not have the duplicate or same members, right? If you have already created, users will have two SMTP address. Yes. Okay, I will not go much in depth, guys. Okay, so let's go and see the groups as well. So if you see here, if I go to the group, I will definitely able to see what was our group name, something, tech admin group, correct? So within this tech admin group, you will find the members will be there. So those two members which I added, right? So those two members are here, Vikram Falke and RICMAT. Clear? Hope everyone understood this migration, guys. Does it migrate all Windows accounts like you have MS SQL service accounts? It means it takes some of the users accounts, okay, but not all those admin accounts and all that. It do take some of the users account. You will find here some SQL servers accounts are there. You see this, right? So some accounts it used to take, but not all of them, I'll say. Here it used to create some on-premises directory sync group, okay? Yes, like it's a one way only, guys. If you are adding any users into the cloud, it will not get written back to the on-premises. So remember it. If you are adding any users in the on-premises, then only that user will come into the Azure cloud. It's a one-way synchronization. No, I don't think so that there is any other tool is there, guys. There is a write back feature is there. Write back feature means if any users reset the password from the cloud, automatically that password will get added, means updated into the on-premises. Okay, so that write back feature is there. When any users reset their password means from the cloud, then that password will get updated into the on-premises. Okay, great, guys. Did everyone follow it and understood? So this one is there. I will give you quickly a write back feature. Write back in Azure AD. So how you can enable that password write back, okay? So you can enable it in this way. So this is the options you are supposed to select. So what this means? This means if any user is resetting his password, right? If this user got migrated, he may reset the password. If he reset the password here in the cloud, it should get updated into the on-premises, because he might be accessing some of the on-premises applications as well, correct? So this feature need to be enabled. For the service account is totally into means not, I'll say not into totally into the cloud, but the SPN, if you are creating the app registrations, you are creating it, correct? So it will be there in the cloud only. If you are creating some service account into on-premises, the best practices says that you if like what type of service account it is. Like, are you good if it's having lot of the privilege? Let's say this service account or that account which I've created in on-premises can do n number of things. Suppose it's have full rights, right? Then don't synchronize this. Don't put it into the don't put it onto the Azure AD. Don't put that one. Don't synchronize if it's having a more level of the access. Okay. Azure AD, you don't have to do anything. Automatically, it will perform that synchronizations. If you are deleting it from the on-prem AD, it will perform that synchronization. If it see that, okay, that user is not there, automatically it will update it your Azure AD. Yes. Great. Okay, guys, thank you very much. I assume like everyone must have understood how you can perform this migrations. I know that you might be having a lot of the questions about it, but you need to practice a little bit. Okay, you have to go and understand how this Active Directory really work in your on-premises, and then you need to spend some time on it, right? Because Active Directory is very, very uh, vast topic, because Microsoft is spending a huge amount of money on this Active Directory. Microsoft product, it's one of the product is there, right? So it itself is a very vast topic. So I don't want to go into that direction and discuss about the Active Directory. I will request all of you, please go and spend some time. If you really want to explore more about the Active Directory, you can explore that one. Good. How will the migrations occur? Yeah, it will use that XYZ. It will take the default, whatever UPN or whatever domain you will be there, it will be there in the cloud, right? It will ask you, do you want to perform the migration with that domain? If you will say yes, it will rename or edit that user and append or add this UPN. So this user suppose is there. So if this is the user ID, his first name, after this add rate, what you see, right? So this will be coming from the cloud, like XYZ, @xyz.com. It will take that one. No, you cannot. Once you're done, once the users are here, you cannot change their domain, guys. Okay, great. So let's move on. Let me have a quick 1-minute break, guys, and then I'll take the next module. Okay, so this is all I have for you in Active Directory, but as I promised, I will try to create a new account, or if anyone having any Azure, like if you have created any free tier account and would like to share their username and the password, I can show you the PIM and all. If anyone want to volunteer it, otherwise I have to go and create one free tier account to give you a demo of that PIM. So if anyone want, if already someone had created any free tier account and they have not used any, means you have not used it as of now, you can ping me 101. I can use your credential, and then later on you can disable it. Like you can like change your password. No, see guys, like again I'm telling you about Active Directory, right? In the Active Directory, you will not able to perform that lab because that is not enabled. Okay, so if you go to this practice labs, you will not find that here it's clearly mentioned. If you try to launch it, you will not find here. Somewhere it's clearly mentioned that you don't have the Active Directory related stuff. So that service is not enabled on this lab servers. Okay, so you will not able to do any lab specific to your Active Directory using this lab servers. But if you have your own personal accounts, you can go ahead and you would able to do. So app registration is a part of AD. App registration is coming under Active Directory only, right? So it's not away. I mean, it's not separate topic. It's falling under that only. That's why. So don't anyone having a free tier account? No. No one had created. I just need to check how I can create. What's my MCT ID? Just hold on, guys. Okay. 150.5. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I'm just trying to create a new account. Okay. So okay. So I just created a fresh account. Okay. Just to show you all. Microsoft.azurepass.com. Okay. Okay. So let me enter the promo code here. You all able to see my screen, right, guys? BJKVJC 78WU5CHM4S. Okay, now I'll quickly give you a demo of how you can use the PIM. Okay, so let's see like how we can use that one, and even I'll quickly give you a couple of more demos about that dynamic groups and all, right? So how we are getting it, let's try to see that one. Organizations, PAN, ID optionals, STTT. Simply phone number is mandatory. Okay. I think done. Next. Postal codes, something like this. Okay. I was talking about this. So let's go ahead and try to see that one, like how we can activate all the licenses and all. So what we need to do, just go to this Active Directory, right? So within this Active Directory, I need to enable the licenses, correct? So for the licenses, if you come down here, right, so you see this licenses options are there. So here you can, like if you talk about the enterprise customers, they definitely have the licenses, like E5 licenses or P1, P2 licenses will be there. But for the lab point of view, if you are creating it, you can create your free trial account and you can activate this license from there. Okay. Come on. Is it going to load today? How come my voice is low, guys? I don't understand. Is it the problem with this WebEx? Because I'm using a Jabra headset. It's one of the finest headset. Mhm. Okay, great, thanks. So someone, if you are finding like my voice is low, kindly try to increase your volume at your end, okay, and see whether it's work for you or not. Okay, so let's go and search for this Active Directory again. So what I have done, I created a completely a new account. Okay. Now I'm just showing you like how we can enable the licenses. If you see here, right now, I will go to this all product, and now I will try and buy these licenses. So here you have these licenses, right? So you have, I have already discussed about this licenses like P1, P2. So P2 is having the features like what you see, right? So E5 is a mobility license. Mobility means if you are planning to access what I can say, Outlook on your email, Outlook on your mobile devices, right? So many companies used to offer that one. So they need this license. If I want, bring your own device, or if I want to use any SaaS products in my mobile phone, then I can use this enterprise mobility license. And you are getting 90 days free trial from here. I will enable this P2 license. I will activate that this P2 license. Okay. P2 license is enough for me to do all sort of the labs. Okay. So anything which I want to do specific to Active Directory, I can do it using this P2 license. Now, if you see here, if I want to create a group, I can easily able to create a group now. And while creating the group, I can select the membership type as well. So if you see this one, right? So right now it's showing us as a assign. If I refresh this, it will start showing me as a dynamic. Come on. Okay, so let me first create this group. So let's say, for an example, ABC, ACB dot ABC, whatever name is there, right? So just keep anything. Just this is the group is there. Let's create it. Now this group got created successful. Get inside this group. Now if you see this group, here you have like licenses and everything, right? So members, here you see all things, right? So I'll go to the properties here, and you see this, it's coming as a assigned. Why it's showing me as a assigned only? Come on. We want to change this. Do I need to sign out and sign in again? Let me sign out and sign in again. Because once I activated that license, right? So it might be taking a while. Keep me signed in. Okay, so here we go. Let's go back to the Active Directory, right? So in the Active Directory, I'll go to the groups, which I've created. So this is the group is there. It's a security group. Let's go to the properties, and still it's assigned. Okay, let me try to create a new group. Let's see. How come this is? Is there anything got wrong? Select dynamic or assigned member for this group. Why this is not allowing? Okay, let's add one member as well. Let's add this person. Okay, I added this. Now let's go back to the properties. Why this is not allowing me? It's showing me as a gray out. Select dynamic or this. Okay, let's go and assign the license as well. Let's see. Learn how to activate. License I've already enabled, right? License requirement. I've already done that license. Is it going to take some time to reflect? It should be fast enough. Okay, anyhow, we will come back and see this, guys. It should start reflecting us. It should show us this membership type, allow us to change that one, okay? Right now, let's go back. Let's go and discuss about the PIM quickly. So for demonstrating the PIM, what I'm going to do is, let's say for an example, I will create one user into this, okay? So let's create one user. So I'm going to create one user. I'm Chris, okay? So this is his username is there. I will put that Chris Green. Let's create that one, okay? Chris Green, done. Password, this one, copy it, paste it here. Okay, so this, sorry, copy this password, paste it here. Okay, so I'm just taking this password, groups and all I don't want, job title, let's say architect. So here you see this department, right? If I define this IT, let's define this IT department as well. So I just created one user. This is the user is there. Now let's open this user. Okay. Now this user, what I have, let's note down his username. Done. Now I want to give access to this user through PIM. Okay, how he can access it. Let me show you that demo. So what I'll do, I'll look for this PIM, means I'm the main admin, right? So I will initially set up PIM account for that Chris. Okay, so how to set up initially? Initially I will go to this PIM, I will go to this Azure resources, and then I will try to search here, or here you see this discover resource. I will discover that one. So I'm the main admin. Okay, I'm the main admin. So initially I have to configure access for the Chris. So let me configure it. I will manage this resource. So here you see I'm managing this specific subscription. Okay, now I will add users inside it. So right now I onboarded that resource. What I'll do now, I will go and activate or add the roles. Okay, let's go and add the roles. So this is the subscription is there. Now I will add roles into it. So just get inside this PIM, and then here you find this my roles, pending assignments, everything is there, correct? So what I'll do, I will go and activate or add a roles. Let's go back here. One member. Why it's not showing this? Is that license got activated? First question is this. It's saying like it's got activated, right? Premium P2 license. Okay, let's assign the license to users. Chris Green, Ravi, let's assign them. Assignment options, P2 license, okay. License have been assigned to one user, okay. Which one user? What about the other? Why it had not taken it for Chris Green? License not assigned, license agreement failed for one user. Okay, anyhow, let's go back. I think I have assigned for one. So now I'll do what? I'll go to this AD, Azure Resources. And now I'll look for this. Come on. Here, why it's not showing here gray out? What is the problem? Come on. Subscription is active, right? Account admin. I'm account admin. I should be able to do it. I'm going here. Why this is showing me as a gray out? It should get enabled. It's a fresh account, right? There is no relationship with anything. Sorry guys, I don't know why it's showing me like this. Let me refresh this page. I'm account admin, so I have everything, right? So I'm the owner only. Okay, let me check. I think global administrator. Let me check that as well. And do I need that role as well? I don't think so, but still. let's check. Do we need this global administrator role? Next. Okay, active. So you see, like it's activating it through PIM only, but let's say, okay, sign. Role assignment already because you are in main admin, right? So it's a default it's saying. Let's see again. Why this is showing me as a gray out? Is there any problem? I don't understand this. It should not be gray out. It should allow you to manage the access. Unfortunately. Let me try sign out again. I activated that P2 license, then it should be there. Sometimes portals behave weird, guys, okay? So we need to show our patience. Strange. This is strange. Let's enable E5 license as well. This I have already enabled. Now what's the problem? I don't understand license group. P2, P1 license, that should be okay. Just give me a minute, guys. I'm just checking. I don't know why this is not reflecting. We don't need that. P2 license should be enough for this premium. Like, is there any changes? Let me check. Or I will enable the another one as well. Not a problem, right? Let's enable. What is the prerequisite you're saying? Is there any change? Because P2 license is enough. Yeah, P2 license is enough to perform all these operations what we are talking right now. So PIM, Azure resources. What is the prerequisite? P2, right? Only P2 is needed. That's what. To have privilege, you must have one of the following. P2 is needed, or E5. So I've already activated that P2. Even I activated E5, but I don't know why this is still showing me as a gray. It's showing me as a gray here. So these are some of the settings are there. What you see, right? Let me check again. I've already onboarded this activate role. This one should not be gray out. This should be available. Then only I can configure it. Otherwise, I can't. Yes, I think so. We can check this one later on. Okay. No, there is no limitations. Okay, there is no such limitations. Might be it would be taking some time to activate those license which I done, and then it might be taking some time to start reflecting into this PIM, right? So I'll just give you this GitHub URL. Okay, on that GitHub URL there is a lab is there regarding sorry AZ104 GitHub labs about this one. So here you will find that lab for PIM. Can you see somewhere? Is it specific to PIM? Is it there? No, it's not there. Okay, I think then possibly they moved it to some other course then. In AZ 500, I think it's there then. So in this one you'll find then. Arabic, Arab policies, MFA, keyboard, yeah, this one. This is the lab is there, guys. You can follow these instructions and try to understand like how the thing is working. Okay, great. So I'll go back. Okay, let's continue further with our next module. So let's move ahead with that. Or do you guys want to take a quick break for 15 minutes? Sorry, 20 minutes. But before you go on a break, let me ask you for a quick poll. So is it okay? Like, shall we take a break now? Everyone okay with it? Okay. So before you go on a break, please don't forget to give this polling. Let me give you that link, please. Okay. Polling. Open poll. Okay. So we'll take a break for 20 minutes, guys. Okay. So let's take a quick break for 20 minutes, guys. Okay, I'll start the timer. So let's catch up after 20 minutes from now. Hi guys. So everyone back? So shall we continue then? Let me know if you can see my screen and my voice is clear. Okay. So let's give one more try to this PIM exercise. Tenant need an AD premium license. Tenant needed this. Okay. Okay. Anyhow, I think it's not helping us out. So let's move on to a module number 2, governance and compliance. Okay. So let's talk about that one. So here we are going to discuss about subscriptions and accounts, Azure policy, RBAC. RBAC we had already covered in our yesterday's sessions. So Azure policy and something we are going to talk about the subscriptions and the accounts. So let's move ahead. So subscriptions and the accounts. So in this, we are going to know about, means we will learn about region, what is region is there, what is Azure subscriptions, how you can get a subscriptions, what are the uses of the subscriptions, cost management, resource tag, cost saving. So what are all the methods are there you can follow to have cost optimizations or cost saving. We are going to discuss all these things in this module. Now coming to the regions. So Microsoft is having like 60 plus regions and 140 countries they are covering. So they're having a global presence all across the world. Okay. So the region is basically a collection of the data centers. Now what is this region? Region is nothing but there you will find a data center. It can have one or more data centers. I have already shared you URL regarding a virtual tour of the data centers. You can go and visit that one. Now, if you want to know about all the regions, like what are all the possible regions is there, then this URL, you can follow this URL. So just go on website and type azurespeed.com. So on this URL, you will find all the regions. Even you can perform speed tests from here. So here you see all the regions are there or geographies. Just click on regions. You will able to see all the list of the data centers or the regions are there. Okay. Even you can find it on the Microsoft websites. So if I just simply search Azure region, so which region is right for you? You can select it based upon totally upon your requirement, like what sort of the requirements you have. So if you see these are all the regions are there, compliance are there, right? So everything you can find it from this page. Now I'll give you one more. You can go on this website status.azure.com if you want to see the list of all services, list of all services which are available, right? So these this place you can go and find, like, okay, let's suppose for an example I want to use Azure Bastion. Now Azure Bastion, is it available in all the locations or not? Am I not audible, guys? Hello? Someone is saying not audible. Can you check and can you join the bridge, guys, if you're not getting my voice? Okay. So from this page, I meant to say, from this page you can quickly go and see that, okay, this service, this service, whether this is available in your location or in your region or not, is there or not, right? You can validate or you can check from here. So for an example, if you see this Azure VMware solution, this is the very latest services there, which is not there, right? It is there in East US, it is not there in the East US 2 region, it is not there. It is not in the Central US, it is not here. So if I want to explore, I want to use this service, I need to deploy that one only in these regions, okay? So this website can help you out in terms of identifying which service is there in which region, okay? When I will be discussing about the networking chapter, at that time I will tell you how to select which region. Okay, so this page will be helping you out in terms of, let's say for an example, if you want to know all the history, like any outages happened, right? So if you see this, on 15th of January, there was some issues in Argentina specific to the network, right? So on this website, means from this website, you get to know if there is any kind of outages, any service outages is there from Microsoft that is getting published here, okay? So you will find that information here. So this is good for you. If you see like any of the services is not working, you can raise it, or you can means you can find that RCA and everything will be on this website. Okay. Any global outages means if let's say virtual machine itself is not working, so then you can find that that outage will be published here. Okay, all the outages you can see it here. Okay, now how to choose this right region? So this was the website, but I'm going to discuss. Sorry, I send to all participants. I send to host. Sorry, my mistake, guys. Okay, I just shared both the URL. Okay. Fine. And if you don't want, let's say for an example, as I told you, if you don't want to go on the Microsoft website, you can go on this azurespeed.com and find, you can see all the Azure locations, it means regions are there. So if I'm selecting this geography, suppose Africa, in Africa there is this region is there, and the actual data center is located into Johannesburg. So in Africa, it is there in Johannesburg, okay? Similarly, if I go and look for, let's say for an example, Canada, it is there in Toronto. You see this? Again in Canada, one more, Canada East, which is there in Quebec. So Quebec is the place where Microsoft is having their data center. Okay, so where exactly the data center is located, you can find it from here. Central India, if you see there, it is located in Pune. Okay, so West India, it's there in Mumbai. So for South India, it's there in Chennai. We will discuss. Okay, so understood this. Now you have something called as a like a paired region. Paired region means opposite of it. Like let's say in the South Africa, if you see, so what Microsoft had done, they have done the pairing of it. Like South is there, then they considered West, like East, like South, then North, East, West, like that. So if this is East Asia, you will find like Southeast Asia, like this. So they paired that one. They if this is one of the data centers, they grouped one more data center, that's called as a paired region. Okay, they done the grouping. So like you see this South India, then they done the grouping with the Central India. Now this ability zone means this specific regions can have zone. Zone means nothing but a data center. It can be one data center or more. Okay, so zone means it is falling under a region. So if I draw something like this, so here you have, let's say for an example, this is your geography. Okay, so let's Africa is continent or geography is there. Within that Africa, there is the regions are there. Let's say for an example, this is one region, this is one more region, correct? So this region is, let's say, South Africa. Okay, this region is your South Africa West, suppose. Okay? Now within this region, if you see here, ability zone is not supported. It's mentioned here. So if I take Australia East example, suppose, then I would able to explain you here. So zone means one data center. Suppose there's 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. So like that, it can have a data centers. So zone means zone equals to either one data center or more data centers. Okay, actual data centers, the physical data centers. Is it clear? Now zone, 3 zones means within this region you will have redundancy, right? You will, if this zone gone, if this data center gone, at least you have zone 2. So that's the purpose of having this ability zone, SLA. So I given you this website, you can go through it guys, so that you will get an idea about the regions. Yes, paired region is for DR, correct. But DR you can customize it, you can design it, it's up to you. But Microsoft had published that one as a paired region, means grouped. They have grouped as per the geography, they just group that, grouped the regions, that's all. Yes, okay, correct. So now moving to the subscription. Now what is the subscriptions? We already got to know, like subscription is needed if I want to provision anything or I want to use any services within Microsoft Azure. It is specific to specific to the billing. Okay, all the services what you are going to create, that needs to be accountable, right? It should be billed. So that's why Microsoft provide you a subscriptions. So once you get the subscriptions, you find like subscriptions ID is getting allocated. Now if you had noticed this, just now I created a new account or new subscriptions here, and if you see this, this is my subscription ID. So remember it guys, don't share this subscription ID with anyone. This is confidential information. This is just a lab, that's why I'm showing you and highlighting you like, okay, this is a subscription ID. Every customers will have unique subscription ID, okay? And you can have as many subscriptions as you want. It is totally depending upon you and the Microsoft. If Microsoft, you are paying to the Microsoft, you can buy many subscriptions, okay? It's up to you and Microsoft. But still, Microsoft used to stop you in the sense they don't allow that, okay, you take n number of subscriptions. There are some limitations, like they used to tell you, you can buy the subscription from us, you can get as many subscriptions you want, but if you don't need many subscriptions, don't go and buy that one. They will try to avoid that, okay? Because if I have 100 of the subscriptions, then it will introduce more complexity in managing it, correct? So just if you quickly search, let's say for an example, Azure subscriptions design strategy, right? So how we can decide that how many subscriptions we needed, correct? So we can decide it based upon regions, based upon landscape, right? So if you see this, how we can design. So these are some of the examples are there. So might be you would be looking that, okay, my different teams need a different subscriptions. My different business unit need a different subscription. Different geography I want, let's say East US. In East US, I'll be using it and I will need a separate subscription for this East US. I have some customers who are going to use West US regions. Let's have a separate subscription for them. So I can use that as well. Some mixed strategy, I can follow that strategy as well and get the subscriptions. Okay, so this is your design guideline is there for getting a subscriptions. You need to have a credit card, but at the means I will tell you, I'll quickly talk about the different way of taking the subscriptions. Okay, so because enterprise customers, if you talk about the enterprise customers, they don't rely on these credit card, right? So there is the enterprise agreement. This is how you can get the subscription, guys. So please pay attention here. If you see here, there is an enterprise agreement. So that means that's a direct contract which is happening in between the Microsoft and the customer. So both of them will have that contract. Okay. Let's say for an example, I want to use your Microsoft service for 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year. Upfront commitment will be there. Let's say I'll use $1 billion. So Microsoft will provide that. Okay, let's go ahead and have that contract. Okay, so that's a upfront commitment. Reseller is there. So there is an intermediator. Okay, they take the service from, they take the subscriptions from the Microsoft, and then they sell it to the customers. So it's like a intermediator, like a broker. Okay, so if this is Microsoft, this is reseller, this is your customer. So Microsoft will send, suppose some customers are there, they don't have that much of the money to directly reach out to the to Microsoft, right? So what they will do, they need some specific, only they are looking, let's say I want to have only 5 virtual machines created in Microsoft Azure Cloud, right? Then for that one, if this customer, this is small customer is there, if he will try to reach out to the Microsoft, might be Microsoft will not be entertaining that one, right? It may be possible. So what he will do, he will reach out to the reseller, and reseller will be providing that one to that customer. Okay, so reseller is intermediator. Partner. Now what is a partner? Partner is like a reseller, but the difference in between the partner and the reseller is, if this is Microsoft, this is your partner, this is the Microsoft partner, this is customer. So in this case, it is like Microsoft partners. The partners are, if this is Microsoft, this is customer, right? So partner is almost like a Microsoft. Means if customer is buying directly from the Microsoft, they used to get all sort of support and all, correct? Technical support and everything. If they are going and buying it from the partners, partner will help you out in terms of designing, partner will help you out in terms of supporting, right? They will help you out in terms of guiding how you can use the cloud and everything. Okay, so they will help you out in terms of implementation of your services as well. So they will not only sell the product, but they will provide technical guidance as well. So that's called as a partner, CSP, channel partners, right? So they are all partners are there. There are many partners, like New Signature is one of the organizations. You can search on Google, you will find that is a partners of Microsoft. There are many gold partners, means there are many partners are there. You will find gold partners, silver partners, right? Just now I answered that one. Resellers and partners, correct? Okay, great. Reseller is the one, just they sell it, and then after that they don't care what you are doing, they don't know. They will just sell and then they go. They say tata bye bye to you. But partners is the one who keep on helping you out, that okay, how you can use it, how you can effectively use the cloud services, that's partner. Free tier, you can directly go and log in and start using that one. There is a pay as you go as well. You can take the pay as you go. So here you have pay as you go options, where you can bill for the monthly. Free tier, where you're getting $200 free for 30 days. After that, there is a limited access for 12 months. Okay. Enterprise agreement, just I told you. CSP, just I told you. Students, like Microsoft is giving you this flexibility or this opportunity as well. If you are a student, you can take this benefit. Okay, you just need to tell that okay, you are a verified student by submitting your ID card and all. You will get $100 for 12 months. Enterprise go with CSP and EA. Most of the cost reduction in billing, more discount and support. Yes, Eka. So it's correct. In EA, I can negotiate directly with Microsoft, right? So they can expect a huge discount on it, and directly Microsoft can give you many things, right? In terms of support, in terms of billing, many things they can offer in terms of training and development. So when you sign, means any enterprise customers, when they sign the EA, they get maximum benefits out of it. Means large customers, okay? Okay. Now about the cost management. So let's go and try to see this quick demo so that you'll get an idea like how you can use this cost management window within the Azure subscriptions. So just I talked about the Azure subscriptions. Let me quickly show you a demo of this cost management. So cost management is a dashboard or is a window where you can do, like you can create a budget, you can do the cost analysis, you can see the recommendations, you can export that all the data. Okay. So generally in our organizations, most of the organizations, they use Power BI. They use Power BI, they export all this data and then visualize it. I mean, just make it available into the dashboard format and share it everyone, right? So let's go and try to see a quick demo on it. I'm just going to show you here. So what you need to do is just go to the subscriptions. Okay, within the subscriptions, you'll find here. If you're getting inside the subscriptions, there is a cost management window is here, right? Within this cost management, if you go and see the cost analysis, so you'll able to see all sort of the dashboards, right? So what is my consumptions, how I'm consuming it, what I have consumed so far, everything I can see it here. So if you see this one, like what is my spending, right? How I'm spending that one, what service is consuming what, I can check all the details here. Okay, and I can pull out, I can see, or I can pull out this donut graph, or I can export that report. So tomorrow if I need to export a report for let's say 1 year, what was my consumptions, let's go and see that one. So what I'll do, I'll quickly add invoice here, last 12 invoice, or you can select, you can customize the month, right? How last 12 months. Let's say for an example, if I filter for last 12 months, how much I have spent so far, I can see it here. Okay, what are all the services I have used? So almost this much of money it's showing in my local currency, guys. You can see it in USD also. If you want, you can check that one. So this much of money I have already invested. So means not invested, I would say consumed. I have utilized. Okay, so this much I have utilized. And what are all the services I have used? So here I can see all the list here, like virtual machines. So that costed me this much, right? I can change it back to the local currency here. So I can see this much, storage this much, app service this much, firewall this much, service bus this much. I can categorize it here. I can choose resource type. I can filter it out. Okay. And then once I have pulled out this records, then what I can do, I can share it as well. So if I want to share it with anyone, I can share it like this. Okay, they can see with that. If I want to download, I can download it. So when I'm downloading it, if you see here, I'm getting PNG, Excel, or CSV. This could be again in one of my interview of Microsoft, they asked me this question. Okay, like when we are downloading this, what sort of the format we can expect. Fine. So there is a specific role is there, cost management contributor role is there. So most of the time you will find like you may not be able to see this information when you start working, right? In the corporate world, you may not able to see this because this is confidential information, like how much a company is consuming, how much they are costing, correct? So you may not able to see that because you may not be having that access. So there will be a dedicated person, around 2-3 people will be there. 2 to 3 means minimum. I'm saying minimum 2 to 3 people will be there within an organization who will be keeping an eye on this one. They will keep investing their time on this cost analysis. They will see this graph, how this is going on, what is the average consumption is there, right? Everything. Good. Now, just to explain you, now you can set this cost alerts. So if suppose, let's suppose you is that one person who is going to work on this cost management, then you need to know how you can set the cost alert. You need to know how to set this budget and all that, right? So for an example, if I want to set the cost alert, I can set that one from here. I can define the cost alert. Okay, when I should get a notifications, I can set that. If I want to set some threshold as a budget means forecasted value, right? So if I want to set some forecasted value, I can set that. Let's create a budget. Let's say for an example, I will say Simplilearn budget. Okay. So Simplilearn, let's say for an example, this is my budget or Azure budget, whatever name you want to give, you can give. So invoice period, monthly, quarterly, annually, you can select it, right? So let's say for an example, I will set it for monthly. Okay. So from which month to which month, what is this budget I'm creating, and this budget will be there for how long? For 1 year, 5 years, 6 years, I can select that one. Okay. So let's say for an example, this budget I'm creating it for 2 years. Okay. I can set the threshold here. Simply, let's say, for an example, I will put if it's going around suppose 1500 in local. Okay, so I'm just suggesting the budget amount 1500, and now I'll set the threshold. If I have consumed 80% of it, then send an email, right? I can send an email, or I can manage action group, like what is action? What should be done when that consumptions happen? If I've already consumed the 80%, what is the next item to be done? So either I can create a manage action group. You see here, action group means what is the next step I want to do. So I can create it here. Suppose in this resource group itself, I will say, let's notify to ops team. Suppose I want to send a communications to ops team that, okay, we had consumed this much of the money. Send a notifications. We can select the type of the notifications here. So if you see here, I'm getting an option to send a communications to all the Azure roles or specific SMS email, right? So I will say, for an example, let's send email. So whom I want to notify? For an example, I want to send this communications to this person. Okay, or let's use our new account. Done. Okay, I want to send the communications to this common alert schema, activate that. Okay. Now why I'm doing this, all this? I'm doing this so that the person get notified, right? That person get notification that this and this, this much of the amount got consumed, right? Here you see a couple of more options. If I want to integrate it with my ITSM means ServiceNow. Suppose I want to integrate with ServiceNow. I want to use some other webhook. Let's say I want to use PagerDuty, right? Or I want to use some other tools or external tools. I want to use that one. I can do. I can integrate it here. Okay, even you are getting automation account, Azure functions, right? So these all options are there. You can integrate it with some other third-party tools, and you can use that tool. I will review and create this one. That's enough for us. Let's move ahead. Done. So everyone following it, right? Whatever I'm doing. How you want to restrict? Contributor can see it, contributor cannot see it, right? What is going on? I'm not able to see it on productions. I'm on production, I have contributor access, I can see it. What is the qualification of those guys? Finance guy, cloud guys? That's a good question. It's a cloud only. They don't need any kind of finance knowledge. This normal, right? It's not server and storage admin. How the view of the cost man restrict for a single user? Can you control access? Subscription should not go beyond 50K INR. You can set budget, okay, but you cannot restrict something like this, like, okay, your subscription should not go 50K INR. That is something can be done by raising a case with the Microsoft. You can set a limitation by raising a case with the Microsoft and tell them that, okay, your subscription limit should be fixed to 50K, whatever you're mentioning, right? Then they will disable it or they will deactivate your subscription. So if you see, I will show you, in my case, you'll find lots of the subscriptions will be in a deactive mode. So how that is getting deactivated? Because that is having a limited limitations, right? That's limitation is already there from the Microsoft. So for an example, this one, if you see this got disabled. So in my case, the reason is this Azure Pass used to be valid for 1 month. After 1 month, automatically Microsoft had disabled this one. Okay. Yes, we are going to talk about that policy, guys. But as of now, everyone clear with this part? Cost management, how to set trigger and all. Sorry, budget and all. Is it clear? Some questions are coming. Let's take that one. What is that? Unable to see the cost unless you are using the Azure Pass. Okay, so if you are using the Azure Pass, you need to follow this one, right? Here you able to see that cost. So if you come down, there is a redemption process guide. Here you will find how you can see the cost. So this is the website where you need to go and see that cost. If you are using Azure Pass sponsorship subscriptions, you can see it using that URL. We can set policy restrict resource selections. Yes, we can do. I am unable to access the okay. Will I have access to the subscriptions in portal that you are using? No. This is my personal account. Sudarshan, this is my personal account. You will not get the access on it. You already have an access on this page. Here they have given you an access. Okay. On this LMS, you can launch the server and then you can start doing the lab here. So here you have. You can just start. I mean, you can start the lab. There you will find everything will be there for you. Okay, great. So everyone followed and understood how we can do the cost and budget and all. There is an advisor recommendation is there which we can follow, right? Like any resources is there which we are not using it. Let's say suppose VMs are there, some VMs we are not using it, right? So Microsoft will recommend you the cost optimizations. They will tell you like how you can optimize the cost. Okay, you can see the list of the recommendations. In my case, it's not showing anything because I don't have, since I have not started deploying any of the services and all. So it will start showing you. It will run some sort of AI, artificial intelligence or machine learning in the backend, and it will tell you which service can be optimized. Okay, so this is the couple of the examples how you can have the cost optimizations. So like you can select right side of the virtual machine. Okay, then here you have like you can select what sort of the database you needed. You can reduce by some removing the express route bucket, ideal virtual network gateways, right? You can reserve, you can buy virtual machine reserve instances. You can have pay as you go, or you see here. So you can buy some reserve instances. You can have Cosmos DB reserve capacity, SQL database. So these are all the possible tips, I can say. If you want to reduce your cost, you can follow it and you can reduce your cloud cost. So I'm just giving this URL to all of you. Okay, thank you. Good. So how we can export this? Just I told you, like if you want to export this analysis, you can export it here. You have download options. You can download it. Okay. Now, if you see in this cost analysis itself, there is a tag. Tag means mainly it is used for the billing point of view, but tag means just kind of a labeling. Okay. This is the one I'm talking about. This one. The tag means generally it is used so that I can associate some cost center, some business unit, right? So I can define that one. So let's say for an example, if I want to define environment, for which environment I have deployed all these resources, let's say production. Okay, who is the owner of this resource? I want, let's say Amit is the person who is responsible, who is the owner of this. Okay, what type of anything like cost center, what cost center it is? Let's say for an example, this is ITBU 005. This is the cost center is there. Who should bear all this? Who should bear the cost of this resource? So we can put the tag. The purpose of the tag is this only. So if you see here, you are getting an option to filter it out on the basis of the tag. You can export the report on the basis of the tag, service name, right? You're getting all these options of exporting it. So here you have this donut graph, right? So this is a donut graph is there. If you want to change some settings, you can change it here, right? What informations you want, you can change it. Cool. Everyone clear with the cost? Any questions anyone have regarding the cost? Okay, great. Thank you. So everyone should able to work. So there is no specific requirement, guys, that you should have the finance degree to read this cost. Okay. Anyone having basic maths knowledge, basic currency knowledge, that should be enough. Okay, resource tag, just we discussed about that. Okay, cost saving options, just I told you what are all the possible options like Azure reservations, hybrid benefit. If you already have some licenses, you can bring those licenses in the Azure and you can use that one. Okay, some Azure credit, you can use some of the Azure credit for your POC, for your lab, right? So Microsoft keep on providing you lots of the credits. You can use that one for your learning purpose. Selecting the right locations, that's also very, very important. If you are not selecting the right locations, then it can be a problem for you. So let me talk a little bit quickly about Azure pricing calculator, guys. So what do you need to do? Just go on Google and search for Azure pricing calculator. Okay, so how the price keep on varying, you can find it from here. So I will take an example. Suppose I want to provision a virtual machine. Okay, so I will calculate the cost of it. Now this is the cost. Let's go here. You see, keep an eye on this figure. Okay, so this price 152. If I'm changing it, suppose let's say Centralius. You see what happened? What is happening, guys? Price is changing. You see? Can anyone quickly explain me? Anyone want to speak like why this price are changing? I can unmute you. If you want to speak, I can unmute. Yes, spot instances is also there, which is new features recently got introduced due to currency. Because regions, data centers, running cost. Yes. Gaurang, let's unmute Gaurang. You want to speak. Hi, Gaurang.
Huh?
Gaurang?
Hi, sir.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
So would you like to? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So that's because I think all the different regions having a different costs like electricity, security, and everything. So that's depend on those things, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other input from anyone else? Why these prices are getting varied, guys? Anyone else want to talk about it? Taxes of that country. Hari Prasad. Let's hear from Hari. Hi, Hari. Hi, Hari. Raja want to say. Let me unmute Raja. Actually, Raja Devnath. Hey, hi, Raja.
Hey, hi. Yeah, what's up? Okay. So maybe it is depends on your local data centers. Okay, if I'm in US, so in Central, my local data centers would be Chicago. And if that redundant data centers, okay, is that the same region, so it will be depends on that cost. So if you are in Brazil location, because there is no nearest okay replicate data centers. So is it that dependent on the cost? I'm just okay.
It could be many parameters, right? It could be many things like their data
And
centers.
so what the Hari or okay someone said it is depend on that your administrations, your capital expenses, okay. So it all depends on the cost.
Correct, guys. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Hari. I think it's Hari only, right? Okay, so did you place yourself on mute? Thank you very much. Okay, great. So, so if you see, guys, like the price keep on varying, right? And how we can save it, right? We can save it as well. Can you go on mute? Or did I forget to mute you? Hari? Where he is? I don't know. I'm not finding, but I'm listening some background noise, guys. Okay, great. So if you see here, there is. It was Raja. Who was that? It was Raja.
Yep,
Okay. Sorry, Raja, I muted you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so guys, if you see here, like how we can optimize or how we can do some cost saving, so you have these options. You see this? So you can save cost by selecting this option. So if you see how it is impacting, let's see. If I'm going to select this 3 years, you see this? How much it's costed? Finally, the cost is coming something around this much, right? So there is no upfront payment regarding this. So you can simply go and buy that one. Nowadays, recently Microsoft introduced that spot instances. Spot instances is a good option of saving some money. You can create some servers, right? You can create that one. And remember it, this is something only you should use this spot instances for your lab or some learning purpose, okay? Or for testing purpose. Don't use this spot instances for the production, because spot instances is the one which is Microsoft is giving you at a very discounted rate. But let's say tomorrow if that requirement came, right? So if that's this customers required that same servers, same sort of configurations, Microsoft, if this is the Microsoft, they will snatch it back, that server from you, and then they will hand it over to that customer. So that's the spot instances limitation is there. Okay, great. So this is how you can do, and you can save some money from this by using this licenses. Cool. And how you can export it, like let's say for an example, I need to take an approval from my management, right? So you don't need to prepare any kind of Excel. There is a shortcut of doing it. Let's say I want to do that. So how many servers? Suppose I have 100 servers are there. Let's say for an example, I have 100 servers. I want to calculate the total cost of it, and I want to take some approval from my management. So just simply export. Click on this export option. That's all. And Microsoft had designed this tool in such a way, the export, you will find it that it will be giving you real-time feel, like the way we used to put our spreadsheet and cost and everything, right? So it will give you That's sort of the template. I'm just opening it for you. Where is it? Okay, sorry, in this one. So you see, this is how it will look like. So now you are getting this cost. You can put your customer's name, which is your what is your locations. This is the cost is there. So now you can just send this to your management and take approval. Okay, great. Let's move on. So we're done with the subscription. We're done with the cost management. If anyone having any sort of questions in terms of subscriptions and cost management, we can take it. If no, then I can move to the next topic, Azure policy. So now, sorry, Kishore, it totally depend. It's a Microsoft used to charge you on per minute basis. That's a good thing of Microsoft. Okay. So if your VM, which is there in another region, whatever the charges will be there, for per minute, they will charge you that much. Okay. Once you migrate it to second region, they will again charge you on the per minute basis. They will keep on charging at both places until unless you close this one. If you close this region, they will stop charging that from that minute itself. What is decision making? I didn't understood. Sorry. Some question. 1 second. Okay. The report of the cost is limited. Is there a real use for it? A report of cost is limited. Yes. If the price in some region is less, then all users prefer selecting that particular region while buying the resource. In this case, with that data center will be overloaded. That's a very good question. If I shut down my Dev-in-1 for 10 hours in a day, it could save cost. Yes, it will definitely save your cost. That's also going to do the cost saving for you. Yes. Now, see, recently, if you all guys have followed Microsoft community or Microsoft newsletters, during this pandemic situation, during this COVID situations, West Europe, right? West Europe region demand got very high. And Microsoft was not, means I will not say not able to, but they were struggling to fulfill the requirements of the customers. So it can happen because the hardwares which are sitting into the data centers that are limited only, right? They are not unlimited something. For a single customer, it can be unlimited. But let's say, for an example, if 1 lakh customer is coming, 1 million customer is coming and started using one region, then Microsoft will not able to serve it. It's true. They will not able to serve that one. Okay, they need time. Like they might able to open. So what Microsoft had done, Microsoft had recently started launching a data center under ocean. So you must have seen, if you all have done some Google, you can see that Microsoft started creating undersea data centers. Just search Microsoft undersea data center, underwater data center. So they started doing that. Okay, so like this. So nowadays, Microsoft is having such a capacity that they can bring up a data centers at any place, like movable data centers. They can carry the data centers and they can start the data centers at any place. Okay. For the DR, it all depend like what you have, what you are consuming. If you are consuming the storage, you have to pay for the storage only. You don't need to pay for the actual resource. Means what resources you have implemented in the DR side, right? So you have to pay. I don't know about that, Ashish, whether AWS is having it or not, but Microsoft is having that, I know. And I will be promoting here Microsoft, not AWS. Okay. Great. Thank you, guys. Okay. Not everyone will give the resources because they need to follow the country data policies. Correct, Hari. So it's not something possible for all or means all the customers to use a single data centers. Okay, because lots of compliance, this and that, right? So Snowball is for migration. It's just a one service within AWS. Okay, let's talk about Azure policy. So Azure policy, in this Azure policy, we are going to talk about management groups, which I have already discussed. Azure policy, I will show you a quick demo of it. I will implement Azure policy definitions. We'll create an initiative. We'll create we'll define the scope of the initiative. We'll learn something about the compliance. Okay, management groups, I already told you, management groups is basically a collection of the subscriptions or sub-management groups. Okay, so you have like you can down the line you can define your management groups or you can add subscriptions. Why we are doing it? It is good for you if we are going to club all the subscriptions in one group. It could be easy for us to maintain or manage the access. Okay, now Azure policy. So what is the use of this Azure policy? So use of this Azure policy is, you all know that every subscription of Microsoft having a limitations. Okay, so every subscriptions have some limitations. This limitations got placed by Microsoft. Okay, so this is something just to safeguard you, like how many virtual machines you can create in one subscription. Like that, they have already given this count, this number they have given, like okay, how many this and that, right? So you see here how many resources, what resources, correct? So they have already given you this maximum number of the limit. So it's a long list there. You can go through it, or you can find that find the same informations from your subscription page. If you go to your subscription page, here you will find this users and quota. You can see this one, like what resources you have consumed, whether you are reaching to any limit or not. If you are reaching, you can raise a case with the Microsoft. Okay, you can raise a request, quota increase, they will increase that one for you. So right now, if you see, I have used a network watcher. There is one network watcher is allowed in one region. I have already used that one. So that's why it's showing us 100%. Now, if you see about virtual machines, public IP address, how many I can consume it, it's here written. This limit is there from the Microsoft. But now let's take one example. Think in this way. Suppose this is your BMW car, okay? So everyone I think should be, oh, sorry, I'm not that good in designing, guys. So let's say suppose this is your BMW car is there, okay? On a highway, you are driving at the speed of, let's say 100 km/h. Can you drive this same BMW, can you drive this same BMW in city? There is some traffic signal is also here. Can you do it? If you need to drive this, what will happen? And why this traffic signal is here? What exactly it is doing? What exactly this is doing? If I'm going to drive the same BMW with this 100 km/h, 100 km/h within city, what will happen? Accident, right? Okay. To limit our speed. Okay, great. Control uncontrollable machine. Okay. Anything else? Sorry. Just to control that speed, to avoid the accident. Anything else? Why we need that? Okay, let's take another example, guys. You all must be working somewhere, correct? So this is you. You have one bundle of HR policy. Can anyone tell me what are all things are there in your HR policy? Like some examples. What sort of things are there which you are forced to follow that one? Thank you. So what things are there in your HR policy generally? So this is a new joiner. This person is joining. There is one organization. This is the HR policy list is there. So first, foremost, dress compliance, means dress code, sorry, not compliance. Okay. Then there is some 8 hours, working hours compliance, not compliance, rules are there, suppose. Punch in, punch out, holiday leaves rules are there. Then you have your another like LTA claim, your medical emergency, many things, right? So why these rules are been created, guys? Why it's been created? Anyone want to speak? Anyone want to talk? I can unmute you. Why these policies or rules are there in your organizations? What will happen if we don't have that one? Osman, would you like to talk? Let's make this session a little bit interactive, guys. I understand that there are many people out there. I won't able to provide everyone opportunity to speak, but yes, if anyone want, they can. Let me know. Hi, Osman.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Good, good. I'm fine. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Tell me, what's your view? Why we need such kinds of policies? What will happen if we don't have that one?
It's to make one and every employee to safeguard his rights as well as the company's rights.
Company rights. Okay.
Yeah.
So what will happen if that is not there in the company? If, let's say, for an example, one rule I'm considering, if HR is having 8 hours of working policy or 9 hours of working policy.
Yeah.
If it is not there, then what will happen?
Then that would be overruled by working.
Then what you will do? Like, let's say you are working for such a company where there is no restriction on you that okay, you have to work for 8 hours or 9 hours or something. What you will do? Will you?
In pandemic, we are on that path only.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So actually, like, you will not be maintaining or managing that trust, right? You might be stealing some hours. Might be you will find that okay, let's work for 3 hours. After that, it's done.
Yes.
Company is paying you for 9 hours, but you are doing the job for 3 hours. That's all. So it can happen, right? And
Yeah.
during this pandemic, people have taken that, lots of leverage. Means they have taken this benefit. Correct?
Yeah.
Because people can't see me that, okay, what I'm doing. I'm available, but what I'm doing, who know? Correct? Okay. Okay. Raja want to say something. Okay, Osman, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let me see Raja. Okay. Hi, Raja.
Hey, hi. Are you guys able to hear me, right? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So HR policy is depends on your country level law or that. Okay. Because if your company doesn't have any rules and regulations to provide the facility to your employee, you cannot encourage the new or resources or the skilled resources to join your company. Because if industry is maintaining some policy, you have to follow it, and it is totally depend on your country level law. Because you cannot encourage anybody to work more than 8 hours, okay? Because there is some law from your country, okay? You have to follow it. So HR is trying to implement those rules, okay? and since okay, and that as based on that, okay, they are providing salary, wages, okay, and these are the rules, okay, key rules, okay, and so depends on your organization. So what is the HR try to implement, okay, maybe okay, something different for the different organization. IT have the difference, finance utility have the different okay HR policy, that the code technology, that factory area that have the different policy, okay, what is total about on your level law.
Okay, thank you very much, Raja. Thank you. That was just an example I was just giving to all of you so that you can understand about policy. Okay. Now, why we need this policy? That means we are planning to restrict something, right? We want to put some sort of interference, right? We want to put that limitations by ourselves. Means we are admin. We supposed to restrict. We supposed to put that limitations for other admins or other users, so that they will not do some mess up, right? So let's go ahead and try to create one policy, guys, in Microsoft Azure. So I'm going to create one policy here. Okay. So what I have done, I went inside the subscriptions. I'm showing you from beginning. Went inside the subscriptions, then I'm going to create a policy here. So just click on that policy options, and now you have these two things. One is initiative, another one is policy. So policy is individual policy. Let's say, for an example, in your company you have some travel policy, right? Correct? Travel policy is a separate policy is there. But when I'm talking about a HR policy, that means it's a bundle of policy. Means lots of the other policies are there, like your LTA policy, HR policy, travel policies, working hours, dress code, many things are there. And this is called as your initiative here. Okay. So initiative means it's a bundle of policies. Policy means it's a single policy. Okay, let's go ahead and create a policy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a policy here. Now if you see this, guys, here you have some exclusions. Now in our HR example, HR policy, whatever dress code policy and HR policy is there, is that applicable for director of your company? Is that applicable for your CEO of your company? No, right? CEO of that company? No, it's not. Like they already they used to have the exclusions, correct? So that's exceptions. So same example of the traffic signal. We used to have the traffic signal. Traffic signal is there for the common people, right? So that they can stop. What about the VIP, VVIP? If their cars are coming, they will go with 100 km/h only. They will not care that okay whether it is a traffic signal or not. This traffic signal will go out. There is always an exceptions. So we can put the exclusion here if you want to exclude something. Now policy definitions, Microsoft had already given a lot of inbuilt policy definitions. So if you see here, so many inbuilt policy definitions are there. Okay. So one of the best example I will give you, let's say for an example, I want to restrict all my admin to use a specific locations of Microsoft Azure, correct? So I'm going to use, let's say allowed. If you see here, I'm searching allowed virtual machine SKU, or I allowed locations, many things, right? Or tag, suppose if there is no tag into the resources, don't let anyone to create a resource without tag. I can set that. So I'll put this allowed location just for a demo purpose. So now I'm setting this allowed locations. Now let's move to the next step. I will select, for example, in my Azure subscriptions, I want that everyone should able to deploy only in East US. Suppose if someone is trying to create out of East US, then as per my policy, it should not allow anyone to create any resource out of East US. Let's go ahead and create it. Done. So I created this policy. Now let's go and try to create some service. So what I'll do, let me create quickly a public IP address. Simple example. Okay. I'm going to create a public IP address. This is the service I'm planning to create. Let's create this public IP address. Let's give any name, right? Let's put this DNS subscriptions. Let's select this resource group. Let's use this. Let's try in Central US. Let's try to deploy this. Will I able to deploy this, guys? Yeah? You see, I'm getting an error. Why? What is the error here? So it's saying like as per the policy I'm not following. It's a disallowed by the policy. Is this clear, guys? So this is how you can implement a policy. Okay, and you can restrict other admins to perform. Okay, now let's go back. So here I created this policy. Suppose I want to do my custom policies. So this policy I done it inbuilt policy, right? This one. What about tomorrow if I need to do some customization in it? Okay, I want to update, let's say for an example, I want to update some list or I want to do some customization into this policy. So what I can do, I can go and click on this edit assignment, not edit assignment, sorry. I will go back to this view definitions. Here, you see this, I'm getting an options to duplicate it. Now here, whatever you see, this one, this is nothing but your code format. Okay, so it's a policy as a code. It's coming in a JSON. Okay, let's say JSON template is there, policy as a code. So I can take the reference of this, means it's a template, right? I can take this template, policy rule, if allow. So in your exam, you can expect a couple of the questions on this, guys. So please pay attention on it. So if you see this policy rule, if all allow, field locations not in the list of like this. So we need to write it in this way. Okay, so this is the syntax or template is there. I can duplicate this definition. Okay, and then I can edit or I can give the name of it. Simple, done. If I need to make some changes in place of locations, let's say for example any other things I want to validate or check, I can define that one. Does it make sense, guys? Is that clear, like how you can create a custom policy? Okay, cool. Let's move ahead. So these are a couple of the use cases what you see. So just now I given you one of the demo, right? Required tag, backup. These are frequently used cases. How to implement? Just we done that one. Okay, policy definitions. Just I created. I just shown you like how you can create it. There are many policy definitions are there. You can import it from the GitHub. So if you Google, just simply search policy definitions, Azure policy definitions, GitHub, you will find a list of it. It's there in the JSON format. Just I have shown that to you. Okay, how you can create initiative definitions. As I told you, initiative is nothing but a collection of the policies. Okay, so if you have, let's say, naming policies, region policies, what I can do, I can group them together. I can include one or more policies, and that will be called as an initiative. Okay, what is the scope of the initiative? Scope means whether it will be at the subscription level, you see this, or at resource group level, I can define that one. So that's there in the scope. Okay, so compliance or non-compliance, we can check. Once you created the policy, it will go and see within your subscriptions whether it is meeting your, means whether all your resources are following that specific policy or not. If they are not following, it will start showing you here. Okay, and once it will start showing you the non-compliant resources, right, it will give you the list of the resources which are not compliant with that. You can go and action on it. You can change, means you can work on that specific resource. Okay, so this is something we had done just now, and I'll just show you what is there in the compliance. So if you see this, so this is what you are getting at. Oh, sorry, here. So if you go to the policy, just we created the policy. There are a couple of the other policies is existing here. You see this compliant, non-compliant. So there is a AAC data protections which is compliant, right? Allowed locations not started. So here it will start looking if there is any other resources are there. It will look for that one, okay, and then it will tell us that okay whether they are compliant or not. Overall resources 100%, right? So I think I have deployed all resources so far in East US. That's why it's showing us. Means it will check and then it will tell us whether it is compliant or not. Okay. Understood, everyone? Am I clear? Any questions on this policy? Why it is showing not started? It used to take some time. It takes some time to start operating, that's why. Mm, Let me quickly check again one more time. This is weird. Why this is gray out? I don't understand. It should get quickly enabled. PIM admin role. Okay. Is there any specific role they have created? Let me see. Because earlier that was not there. Any specific role is there regarding PIM? Privilege. No, I don't see that. That is already I have done. I've already activated that P2 license, but it's still not getting activated. I don't know why. I already activated that, but this is still not showing. It's me only who is the owner. This is a new account, right? So I'm only the owner, but I don't know why this is not showing. I've already activated everything. Even I activated this one, E5 licenses. Let's assign E5 license as well. Let's see. License assignment for processing one group. That's failed. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why this is not showing here. It should show. Yeah, this one is gray out role. This is anyhow. Leave that topic, guys. I'll try to check. Okay, if things will work, I will try to show you. If no luck, then no problem. Okay. Good. RBAC. We already talked about this, so we will quickly skim it. So RBAC, in the RBAC, you will learn about role-based access control definitions, RBAC versus AD role, RBAC authentication, RBAC roles. So I think I have already covered on my yesterday session. So let's see what is there in the slides. Okay. RBAC is there to give you a fine controlled access management to the specific resource or resource group or subscriptions or management group level. Okay, you can define the scope, what is the boundary or what is the scope is there, where you are assigning it. The scope could be your management group, subscription, your resource group or resource. Okay, assignment, where you are attaching it. This is the definitions. Contributors, if you run the PowerShell, you'll able to see like how it look like. So what is actions, what is allowed, what is not allowed, you can mention it. That means you can find it in that JSON. This is your role assignment, the binding of it, like how where you want to assign, right? So you can assign that one. Difference in between the RBAC role and AD role. AD role is, I already told you, it is more specific to the tenant level, specific to your Microsoft applications like Active Directory, Microsoft Graph, Azure portals, right? So these roles are there. So specific to your application base. This is specific to your Azure resources, like your subscriptions, like your resource groups, right? So RBAC authentications used to happen in this way. So this is the flow is there. So your AD admin roles going to the root management groups, right? If I assign the RBAC, So RBAC role happens in this way. So whether it could be at the subscription, resource group, or resource level. Okay, so here you have all the RBAC roles. I have already discussed about what is owner, contributor, reader, user access, administrator. Okay, this I think we had already seen. So this is your lab scenario. If you want, you can take the screenshot of it and you can practice it when you get a time. So kindly take a screenshot of it, please, and then you can practice it. I have already shown you all this lab in my yesterday sessions. I have already shown you this when I was discussing about the identity access management. I talked about the RBAC. So this is your module number 2. So anyone having any sort of questions till now? This is your lab 2. Please take the screenshot of this. You can check. I think some slides or some of the things are available. Some study materials are available on LMS. Okay, there is a self-paced learning is also there. You can follow that. Good. So we're done with 2 modules. Now, if you guys want to do some lab, you can do it. I can give you some time. Let me just check. 1, 2, 3. Total 2 is completed. 3 completed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 more modules to finish. Okay, and I think. What is our session period? Just hold on. How many weekends do we have live classes? 2, 4. Okay, 7th. 40 hours. Yeah. So we have 10 sessions, right? So 8 sessions are there. So 8 more sessions will be there. So that should be enough to complete 9 modules. My voice is low because I'm speaking to myself. That's why. Okay. So shall we start this module if all are okay? Or do you guys want to do some lab by yourself? You already completed 3 modules. Yes. You want me to give some time to do your lab? Means do you guys want to do some lab? Or shall I keep on moving? Because if I keep on moving, I will finish your course in just 4 days. Might be late. So, okay. So let's not start the next topic. Okay. So let's give some time to do the lab. And if you are struggling anywhere, then you can quickly share your screen, and then we can discuss on it. Good. So would you like to practice, guys? Let's go and try to see. So what you need to do, what you all have to do is you just go on this practice lab, launch the server here. Okay. Fine. This lab will get reset soon, right? Launch that one. to be. What was that lab? Sorry, let me see. No, slides will not be there, guys. Slides will not be available. This is a Microsoft slides. So this is a proprietary of Microsoft. This lab just now I shown you, right? Azure policy. Now you can check, like create and assign a tag via the Azure portal, enforce tagging via Azure policy. So there is a inbuilt tagging option is there. You can go and take that one from here. So what you need to do, just go to the subscriptions, go to your policies here, right? In the policies, you just create a policy. Can you remove it so I can take this screenshot? Please minimize your chat window. Chat window is visible to all of you? I don't know. Take this screenshot, please. I'm finding it a little bit tough to focus on chat window plus continuing with the sessions, right? Okay, done everyone. Taking a screenshot of it, please. Is it done? Okay, great, thanks. Welcome. Okay, so now what you need to do, guys, as I mentioned you can launch your server from your practice lab, launch the labs, right? So you can launch it directly. Okay, you can refresh. So lab environment will set up and it will take some time. Okay. Meanwhile, if you already have your subscriptions, so this is the one is there, just go ahead and start using, like access the lab Azure web consoles. So using this lab means this server, using this server, you can perform all sort of the labs. Okay. So just get inside it. What is the next? Like, will it not going to open? Okay. Sorry. Copy this username and the password, right? Take this username and the password, and then you should be good. AD lab, you can leave that. Don't do anything of the AD, guys. So just use this credentials and then you're good. So just use this portal.azure.com in one of the different browsers, and then you can do. Rest, I will quickly give you this URL from where you can do both the labs. If you are struggling anywhere, please do let me know. The first two lab you may not able to complete it, guys. So sorry, this first one you may not able to complete, but I believe like the second, this one, manage subscription and RBAC and manage governance via Azure policy. This you should able to do. So if you are good, please start with this one. Okay, follow this and try to perform this lab. I'm just giving URL. No, that part, leave that one. Osman, AD lab, you can leave it. If you guys don't have the access to perform anything on AD, leave that one. But next lab you can do. Policy definitions, I explain you. Policy is what? I given you an example of HR policy, right? Something we want to restrict, something we want to put kind of a barrier, right? I don't want that you should do what you want. When you, let's say you are very new to Azure. If I will not set the policy, you will come and you will start creating anything what you want. So if you see this in this lab also, you don't have an access of Azure AD, correct? That means there is a limitation, there is some restrictions which has been already placed for you. So even though if you want to do something in terms of AD, but you can't do because it's not there with you. So that's called as policy. Understood? Something is there to safeguard your organization. Something is there to protect your organizations or to follow your compliance, right? We have policy in place. So in the same way, we can create policy within Microsoft Azure, and we can force others to follow that one. Hope you have understood, Chiranjeev. Welcome. Yes, Kishore, it is a part of AKS. Oh, sorry, AKS is a part of AZ104 course. Like you will get some basic learning about the AKS. Okay. Yeah, Raja, you can type. Do you have any questions, or you're saying to unmute you? Lab is not opening. From where you are trying to open it? I told you what you need to do. You just need to copy that username and the password, open this portal.azure.com, and then use this username and the password. So did anyone manage to log in to their Azure portal using the credential? Then what's the problem? Why others are are they struggling like any issues? You just need to use this credential. That's all. That's what I mentioned. You have to copy this username and the password. It is already there on your screen. That's all. Just log in. Don't show this message. Yes. Then what is the problem now then? So subnet routing table firewall configuration. Is there any difference in Azure and normal networking? I mean basic rule. Let's go step by step, Kishore. Okay, I don't want to discuss anything which I'm not covering right now. So once any topic will come, I will answer all your questions. Hope you are okay with it. Ayan, you see my dashboards are different because there is no difference. On the day one, if you remember, I've given you a walkthrough of this dashboard. So on the left hand side, you have this option. Just on the right hand side, you have this tag options. Just dock it. Here you see this fly out and dock. Just dock this one, then it will appear like this. Now click on this home, it will appear like this. That's all. It's the same only. That's why on the day one, I given the walkthrough about this portal, like where you can go and find what sort of information. No PowerShell in lab. No PowerShell in lab. Balaji, you have this one. PowerShell is this one. Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is having PowerShell and Bash. Gaurav, I already given you a walkthrough of what exactly the course content is there. I have shared that one. I will request you please go through it. Okay. So some topics are there, like some of the things are there which is covered in AZ104, like some basic informations, not full-fledged, which you are saying, let's say Docker, Service Fabric, right? So not, I will say not advanced level. Some basic informations you will have it in this like session. Ashish, again, I'm repeating, you need to copy the username and the password, and you need to open your local machine browser. Don't keep on clicking on that web console. Just open portal.azure.com and then use the credentials which you have taken from here. You see this credential? If you see my screen, this is the username. This is your password. You don't need to keep on clicking on this Azure web console. Okay? You need to open your browser, open this portal.azure.com, use this username and the password. That's all. Thank you very much, Ayan. Right side of the source for cloud service there. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Okay, some questions came about, sorry, I missed that one. Altab question was about your paired region when multi-agent systems are already available. Multi-agent systems are already available in the sense, are you talking about what is the advantage of having a paired region? Multi-availability zone. Zone is there inside a region. What about, think in that, think at the broader level. Think in this way. Suppose China attacked US. Okay, they destroyed. Let's say World War III happened. East US gone. So what about the data of the customers? If the data center is here, data is here. If customers' data is present here, will that be remaining there? Will that be available in this East US? China attacked US and US gone. East US completely whitewashed. Then what will happen to the data center of Microsoft? Will that be available? No, right? Then how the customers whose data Microsoft had already taken, how Microsoft will ensure that okay, that customer data should be available when something went wrong like this, some catastrophic event happened, right? Some natural calamities happened, tsunami came to East US, complete data centers gone. Then, so they have another region, let's say West US. If that customer had used, or if the customer has replicated or placed all the files in this location also, then Microsoft can make it available for that customer. Make sense now? New story for Hollywood movie. What is that news story? Hurry. China attack US. That was just an example, okay? It could be anyone can attack anywhere, right? So World War III, IV. So that's just an example. So if something went weird like that, then what will happen? So Microsoft will be running for their life, right? Not for the data centers. I created management group, but which subscriptions do I add? Kamlesh, which subscriptions do I add? That's a fantastic question. Don't you see any subscription? So go to your subscriptions, check which subscription is visible to you. There is Azure Plan 309. This is the subscription is there. If you created management group here, if you have created management group first time, right? So this is one management group is already there. So within this management group, you see this subscription is already added. If you are creating your own management groups, just go ahead, create it. Create here, put whatever your name you want. Let's say Simply Learn, MGMT-ERP. Okay, display name, put that, save it. Like this you have to do. How come Active Directory is disabled? Active Directory is here, right? So you are not getting an option to add new user, okay? That's the thing is there, okay? You are getting an option to invite the guest user. Okay, so I just created management groups, done. Get inside this management group, go to the detail here, okay? Then add subscription here. Select the subscriptions which need to be placed. Here it's not showing, so yeah, so subscription is already got added, I think, in this one. That's why it's not showing to us. Where is that subscription? Yes, sorry. So in this management groups, if you get inside it, here you have this, right? So if you go to this detail, oh sorry, you don't have rights to make changes to it. So if you go to the detail here, you will able to move this subscription to another resource group, means another management group. Clear? Yes, everything. Thank you very much. So now if you see this, how the access has been controlled, right? You see this, my access is specified access. What is the questions? How to create a tags, okay? Same question about subscription. How to create a tag. Unable to get into PowerShell due to storage creation. Same name can't be used for management group as well for the role. Voice is very low. Thank you, Ravi. You are good, but need to increase the volume level. Bhaskar, what happened to my volume? Sometime I speak to myself, so you don't need to follow or you don't need to listen. But rest of the time, is it audible, right? Bhaskar? Hello? Are you there? Why it is not allowing the storage in the cloud cell, sir? Okay. Not able to move the subscription, add the subscriptions. Rajesh, you will not, because it's more specific to the Active Directory. That's why you will not able to do that. That's the limited access is there on that subscriptions. But showing compliance states not started. It will take some time. That's why it's showing you that one. Unable to open the PowerShell. What is the problem? Adding a new storage resource, it's going to the Azure Marketplace. Okay. What challenge you are facing, guys? Like if you are launching this, what's the problem? It's going to take that one, create a storage, done. That's all. Is it not allowing you to create the storage? So if it is not allowing you to create the storage, then you need to click on the show advanced setting and you have to change the location, because the locations which has been allowed to you is East US and some other locations are there, right? So you can check this one. You can see what are all the locations has been allowed. I think in the users detail somewhere when we read, right? Initially it's been clearly mentioned which locations to be used. I'm trying to turn it on. So might be if you are coming from some different country, you have to go and click on that advanced setting, then select a location. So because of that only it might not be getting created. Understood? When I try to delete an assignment, it say I don't have authorization to delete the policy, but it was I who created it. That's fantastic, Sudarshan. You don't have access to delete it and you only created that one, huh? Don't we need subscription under our newly created management group to work on? You don't need it. You just need to go and create things on the subscription level. It depends like which labs you are doing. As I mentioned, you don't need to do the lab number 1, which is specific to the AD, right? You don't have to do that one. What to mention name and value in tag? Mention your name, mention your value. Like Name, put your name. Like that you can put. Environment, let's say production. Value will be production, name will be environment. Gaurang, did you got it? If you are launching the PowerShell for the first time, what you need to do, I told you, you need to click on that advanced setting. When you are launching it for the first time, click on that advanced setting, go and select a locations like East US. Raja is saying, can you please suggest any subnet? Subnet. So take a subnet of 10.0.0.0/24. I'm trying to move the subscriptions, which is gray out, but does it mean I don't have rights to move the subscription? Yes, you don't have the rights to move the subscriptions. Correct. Till 403 subscriptions. Got it. Okay. Do I need to wait? You don't need to wait anything. Compliance is getting checked by Microsoft in the backend. So you can continue further. Hi, McLean. Do I select Azure for a student? What is this? Create a storage option is disabled after choosing EastUS in PowerShell. Please show it again. What I need to show, guys? Okay, let me show you again. Here we go. You need to go, like, if you see, I just logged in already, right? So there is a storage account which is getting created in the backend. So this is the storage account which got created when I launched the PowerShell. And if you see here, this is the locations it is taking it, default locations. So if I'll go and use West US, I will able to use it, okay? So let's delete it first. Let me show you again. So if I delete this, right? And now I will try to launch the Cloud Shell. Then it will ask me to create a storage account. So let me go and do it for you. Okay, this is done. Now you see here, I'll go and click on this Cloud Shell. I just clicked on the Cloud Shell. Now you see it is asking to create a storage account. Click on this advanced setting. Okay. Now when you click on this advanced setting, it is asking to use like which resource group. If you want to create a new one, put that new. Create new, just put, let's say, lab-rg. What is the storage account name? Put any name, that's all. File share name, just put any name, that's all. Which locations? It's up to you, like, right? So in some locations, it is not allowed, it is allowed. So I will recommend you to use West US. Let's say, for example, if I use West US, that's allowed, right? So select that one. Done, create storage. You don't need to use this VNet and all. Just create with the default, that's all. Done. So it will take a while to create a storage account and then it will start. Make my mouse more visible. More visible in the sense? Is my screen is not visible? Is here, right? I just selected all the settings. That's all. I just put cloud storage name, storage account name, file share name, resource group name, and then I'm here. I'm done. Now I can change to PowerShell or to Bash. I can switch. I'm still unable to delete my assignment. Okay, mouse more visible. If we have questions during the lab during the week, can we post our queries? Will anyone be available help during the weekdays? Yes. Ashish Sharma, there is a community like not community, I'll say. Yes, there is a blog will be there. So there will be a blog URL which must be shared with all of you, okay? And I will request Aishwarya to provide all of you that blog URL. You can go and post your queries on that blog URL. So on that blog URL, you can write your queries, and then someone can pitch in and someone can answer your queries. Yes, thank you. Great. Everyone managed to do this, right? Good. Okay, great guys. So I think you all guys can continue and do the lab. If you all are okay, we can wrap up our session here. And if you're having any questions, please. How can we connect you during the week in case of questions? Is this option possible? That's a fantastic question. So I don't have rights to share my information, personal information with all of you guys. Okay, so you can, like, you must have seen during this entire session, right? So still, if you're having some technical questions, you can search out to me. Yeah. On LinkedIn, you can send me a request, so you can connect me on LinkedIn. No problem. I don't think so that there should be any policy violation. So there is a blog, right? So I don't want to violate any policy, guys. There is a blog is there. Just go and start commenting on it. Okay. Okay, guys. I've downloaded, but not able to view the video. Not able to view the video. Is there any problem from the yesterday session? So I have downloaded, but not able to view the video. I don't know. Okay, guys, so that's all I have for you in today's sessions. Hopefully you all must have enjoyed today's session. So before I go and close it, would you all like to give a quick polling, like what we had done? How was it? Let's see. Okay. So many of you are saying like I need to speed up. So is my speed is very slow, means during the sessions, or you are finding like I'm what I feel like 54 have a span. The speed is good. Speed is fine. Okay. Okay. Now many of you have mentioned that one that okay I need to speed up. So if you guys are already expert, then I will speed up. No problem. Yes. Nice. Slow and steady win the race. Okay, guys, thanks a lot. Take care of yourself. Stay connected. Stay tuned. So catch you all next weekend. Okay. So see you all. Bye bye, guys.